mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Time to execute my trick.
No, pues.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
Are you done? Are you satisfied? Are we good? Did you run out of things? Damn it. You still missed. You still missed. Y'all need to get better aim. Always iPad time? No.
Yep,
Oh my
that's
God!
me.
Okay, it's happening.
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
Wait, didn't y'all just do the calm down one? Does that not have a cooldown? Why do you have to aim with explosives? Because you're not getting it close enough. Okay, we good? Are we good again? Everything all right? Are we fine? Melissa, no! Smo, hyper smo, shake your ordain. Hyper smo. Okay. Okay. How are you doing, chat? How was your Wednesday? How's your hump day? What trouble have you been getting into? It's set to 0 minutes. Why is it set to 0 minutes? That doesn't make any sense. Where is it? Hold on a second. Where is it? Is it calm down or is it stay calm? It's stay calm. Okay. Edit. 0 minutes. That many minutes. Save. Okay. That was stupid. Wonder why it was set to 0. What do you mean you got me? Good morning, folks. Or no, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Oh my goodness. It's a good day. I had Chinese leftovers for lunch. Ooh. Okay, but what kind of leftovers? What kind of leftovers? Wait, why does Record Scratch not have a cooldown? I know specifically. Where is it? Record Scratch. Sorry about the whistle there. That was unintentional, and for some reason I decided to hold on to it.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
There it is. No, it's 5. Oh, it's not turned on. That's weird. I'm actually gonna make it 15 minutes. It just wasn't turned on for some reason. Wait, what? Why are these all changed? These had cooldowns. This is bullshit.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
That's That was horrifying. And I didn't even get to see it. Why does it do that? Why is the spooky, scary skeleton specifically the one that, like, shits the bed if I'm not, like, clicked into OBS? Redeem the beef, redeem the beef. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Why? All of these just have, like, the little check thing turned off. Why? Why? Truly a wonder. Oh, hi, Gamer Steps. But I forgot what I was going to talk about today. I have forgotten my topic of the day. What the fuck was it? 0 minutes is just all the sound alerts, then? Maybe they have a cooldown on sound alerts page? Maybe? Why? Every lazy philosopher ever? But why? But why? Horrors of a current news cycle? It's irritatingly predictable now. We talked about the new Epstein files yesterday. There is also the fact that the DOJ is trying to scrub all of the files that have Trump's name on it. Apparently from yesterday to today, it went from 17,000 mentions to 15,000 mentions. How you became world empress? I do not feel like a world empress. I feel like a nobody. Iron Lung? I have not seen Iron Lung yet. Although, didn't they announce that Iron Lung is going to be getting international releases now? You like shark emote? Here you go. Wait, what? Shark emotes? Shark emotes? Aw, little scary shark. Scary shark. The Funny Mouse is shitting itself over Iron Lung. And I did hear that Adobe walked back their, what was it? The plan to shutter Adobe Animate, which, by the way, is fucking insane. Hold on a second. Sorry, somebody's been messaging me about a voice commission, and it's out there. Okay. Okay. Canada, Australia? Cappin'? Is it cringe? It's not cringe. It's just sexually out there. And I'm just kind of like, and I did not know what that movie was, or that the end scene was like that. Now that you've given me the description, I don't think I like this idea. He didn't even spend 500 million on that movie. He couldn't be top of that list to smash. Are you talking about the fact that they keep removing him from the the box office listings? Is that what you're talking about? Platinum Pancreas. Impossible. It's a little further than that. Gasp, New World Schmurder? No. Well, something does die in it. It's just too far. Too far. But they're still messaging me. Hmm. Hold on. They're also being really active in the messages. So I'm trying to answer them because I went to bed at like 8 p.m. last night. So, oh well. Also, what do you mean New World Schmurder? Are you talking about the game New Worlds? Or are you talking about something else? At Romancing Busy for Dispatch, so the no not safe for work VA work makes sense? No, this is a little further than just regular not safe for work voice work. And I'm kind of like, I know my voice sounds good apparently to y'all, and a lot of people want the not safe for work voice work. I don't want to do not safe for work voice work. I'd rather do more like villainous shit and stuff. I start with Bones in the Ocean and Moby Duck? Moby Duck? Need to get into Wolfenstein. It'll definitely be cathartic. Does anybody know, is this the game where we go to America, or is that New Colossus? I think that's New Colossus, isn't it? Moby Duck is a very silly song. Oh? Okay, it is New Colossus. Gotcha. Gotcha. Also, I'm sorry if you can hear the laundry machine. It's through the wall behind me, but I'm doing laundry today because it's Wednesday. To get you to read up all of Lady D's lines in Resident Evil. Ooh. I don't know. How many lines does she have? Like, do you want like all of the cutscenes? Do you want like what she says when she's like chasing you through the house? Or do you want like all of those? I think so many, but yes, all of it. I mean, she's also like the first boss you kill in that game. So she can't have that many, right? I wonder if you could look up every single line of Lady Dimitrescu. Does this dark emote remind you of Jeff, but his skin is pink? Maybe a little bit. I kind of was looking at it like it was an independent character. It didn't really remind me too much of Jeff. Especially because it kind of looks like this shark walks on 2 legs instead of how Jeff walks on all 4. New Order. Oh, got you. New World Schmurder. No, this is New Order Schmurder. Also, think of it as self-care. That shark hella pudgy. It do be pudgy. It do be pudgy. Oh my goodness, chat. You just reminded me something. I need to know who has seen the Detective Pikachu movie. Okay, I need your opinions on it. Did you think it was a good movie? I want ones in chat if you thought Detective Pikachu was a good movie. Release the Danny DeVito cut? There's not a Danny DeVito cut. It's the fact that fans thought that Pikachu was going to be played by Danny DeVito, but it's Ryan fucking Reynolds. It was campy good. It was one of those things that, like, if you were a big fan of Pokemon prior to, like, Detective Pikachu coming out, especially as a kid, how many of you imagined someday having, like, a live action or, like, 3D art Pokemon game where you would actually get to, like, feel the scale of Pokemon battles, and it wasn't, like picture animation? Like, who remembers original Pokemon battles? It was pictures of Pokemon sliding across the screen and impact frames. That was all it ever was. Why are we giving Pikachu to Hollywood screen actors? Make it a cartoon VA? Yeah, something like that would have been better, but it was... So if anybody doesn't know, Detective Pikachu, the movie, was based off a game, and it has basically the same plot, But the Pikachu in that game had a really deep voice, which is why fans were thinking Danny DeVito was going to be the one to play it, to play Pikachu. The thing is, though, the difference between the game and the movie is that the ending wasn't predictable in the game. It's predictable in the movie because you get flashbacks of like the main character's missing dad, blah, 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 blah. Hi, Kono. Blah, 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 blah. And then you get the reveal at the end and you're like, wait, I already knew that. Hi, Viola. How are you doing? I wish there was more fighting. I wish there was just more of the like 3D art or maybe live action, just 3D Pokemon in general. That like really captured the like scale of Pokemon battles. Like the Gyarados scene in Detective Pikachu or any of the other ones where like the Pokemon are flying around and stuff. Crazy good, dude. Crazy good. The plot of the movie? A video from Pointless Hub about Detective Pikachu. It goes into detail about why they made it in its reception. Thank you for the follow, Viola. Welcome in. Outlawed it because Pokemon didn't want their Pokemon being beaten on or killed. Yeah, do we even want to talk about like what the Pokemon manga is like? They straight up murder Pokemon. Like that shit is wild. Oh, let me see. Can I find the like famous... Oh, I don't have a page open for that. Let me see here real quick. The famous Pokemon deaths. Okay, that was not the one I was thinking of, but okay, but this one's definitely going on the list. Oh shit, no, please don't. Oh fuck, I think I fucked up. How do I fucking minimize everything? Okay, it didn't actually change it. Thank God. Thank God. Apparently I did click the right thing. Whew. Whew. Okay, let me do this real quick. Here, chat, just... Shit's crazy, yo. Would have been a fun choice for Pikachu. Ooh, that would have been a fun choice. I need more Ron Perlman movies. Like, that fucking Poliwhirl is dead. Dead. And then, of course, there's the world famous piece of a Arbok getting cut in half by a Charmeleon. Like straight up cut in half. Oh, right. The newer regions. Hold on, chat. Let me save that. Oh, of course it's a web P. Motherfucker. Are you gonna be a web P? You're an Avith. God fucking damn it, dude. There's the scene where where Brock's Onyx fucking dies. There's the scene where a bunch of gym leaders from... Honestly, it kind of looks like a whole bunch of different regions all get crucified. Would look bad. I don't mean bad animation, but bad to watch animals get beaten up. It really depends on the level of like realism you're ready to go with. But I'm trying to find any of the other famous scenes that I remember. Oh, right. Does anybody remember how fucked up Umbreons were? How, like, terrifying Umbreons were? Yeah, Pokemon manga violence. Because there was a point in early Pokemon games where the idea was that all dark types are just, like, demented, fucked up little creatures. Called cute and fuzzy cockfighting seizure monsters. What? Hi, Gaia. How are you doing? but I can't find many of the other ones that I remember. I actually had a Pokemon manga book in like 2008, if not earlier than that. It was definitely a book that was older. And the reason I had it was because I got it from my small town's public library because it was the only manga book that they had on their shelves at the time. And the librarian, when I brought it back, was just like, you know, you're the first person who's ever checked out that book since like 2000. You can just keep it. I was like, oh. And then it sat on my bookcase for the longest time. And I don't even remember what most of, oh my God, his fucking legs are gone. Jesus. Oh, right. The fact that the Team Magma and Team Aqua team leaders just vaporized at the end of the series. Doing well as I can. Same, dude. Same. De facto villain types from rude and angry to literal evil. True, but it was back in the day between, I think it was like basically first, second, and like third gen in the manga. They were all supposed to be just downright evil. Like, think like Mightyena, Umbreon. What are some of the other dark types? Hold on, I'm going to the Pokédex. Oh, okay. I just found out. I just opened a new tab. It changed the background of fucking Opera. Change wallpaper. I would like... Yo, I could make it myself. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. Let me see. Pokemon, dark types. I know where these like generations end, so it's not that hard to... I'm not going to count the Alolan Meowth. Okay, so Umbreon, Mightyena, Poochyena, Absol, and that's it. And that's where it ends. Until later when they get Alolan Raticates. Okay, no, hold on. There's the dual ones. Okay, so let's do a quick count real quick. So there's Umbreon, Poochyena, Mightyena, Absol. That's 4. That's pure dark types. And then there's Murkrow, Sneasel, Houndour, Houndoom, and that's it. That is 8. That is 8 total. Because everything after that is 4th generation and beyond. For Pokemon manga test, let's go to panel of Meowth getting shoved into a brazen bull. Huh? And eventually Darkrai. Darkrai, okay, Absol is Gen 3. Darkrai is Gen 4. But I'm also not counting like any of the megas or any of the regional ones because those came past like Generation 5. Speaking of which, chat, what if we started doing a day out of the week where we're basically playing like catch up on Pokemon generations I've never played? That gives us every single Pokemon game between Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Moon, which I think is like XY, Black and White, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which is my favorite generation. I love 3rd generation. Also, I can get rid of this fucking Poliwhirl. We don't need to leave the absolutely fucking dead as shit. We can start the crawl towards the Mowenlock? Oh, right. Thing is, like, if I do a lock situation is I'm not usually one for challenge runs, especially if it's like my first playthrough of a Pokemon game. But if we do one, it'll honestly probably be Pokemon Emerald. I would really like to relive Pokemon Emeralds because it was my favorite Pokemon game and still is to this day. Yes, Vivian, it is funny. I know some people like it, but it's also at the same time. Doing Nuzlocke is... It's I don't know, it just feels weird to me. It's also that generation was the only generation where I bought multiple games. I played Ruby through completion And then when Emerald came out, I bought Emeralds. And that's the only generation I've ever done that. My brother did it for Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. He had Platinum. I never touched Platinum. So it's not so bad for you. Oh, it's no big deal if it's just like replaying it. I'd like to try to stick to the rules as much as possible. Thing is, too, is I think it'd be really fun to do like a soul lock with someone. But the sad thing is nobody really streams at like my time that I could grab. At least none that come to mind. Let me see. Oh, maybe Anna would be up to do it. Although, I forget, is Anna doing a... Like, isn't Anna doing something with someone, or am I misremembering? I think I'm misremembering. Yushi's the ringleader rules? Yeah, but if you're doing a challenge run, what's the point of doing the challenge run if you're just going to amend the rules all the time for it? I think I'm mixing her up with somebody else I watched. Platinum's a peak game, is it? How much extra does it add to like Diamond and Pearl? Solak with Ordain? I think Ordain would just bully me for constantly getting our Pokemon killed. Oh, that's another thing that reminds me. Chat, have any of y'all seen how fucking like badass the protagonists from Generation 3 are in the manga? Or even then in any of like the recent animation projects? I say recent, but it's more like within like the last 3 years. It's like Ash is a fucking nobody compared to like any of the protagonists that they decide to keep continuing showing up in the Pokemon manga. Especially fucking, what's his name? The guy protagonist from Generation 3. Here, hold on. Pokemon protagonist. Player characters. Game Boy Advance. Where the fuck is the... Pokemon as playable characters? No. Is he just Ruby? Is that it? Or is he Sapphire? I can't remember. Here, let's do a little search here. Ruby. Okay, there it is, the manga. Oh, it's Brendan, that's right. Wait. No. No, their names are Ruby and Sapphire. Okay, no, wait, it depends on which manga run you're reading. Oh, okay. In the English one, it's Brendan and May. And in Ruby and Sapphire, in the Japanese comics, it's Ruby and Sapphire. From hit series, Steven. Okay, somebody shoot Sunstar. Somebody get the gun. Wait. The Japanese counterpart to Dawn had green hair? I didn't know that. And a ponytail. Okay, hold on. Mitsumi is her name. Is she a slave? What the fuck is going on with this plot? Oh no, she lived with wild Pokemon. Okay. That's this interesting plots, I guess. First introduces Professor Rowan's assistant. One day he found her out sends her out to find Herita. Okay, that's the beginning of the game. But there's a picture here. Hold on a second. That's her. For some reason. Japanese manga is weird, man. Whenever they decide to do the, like, saved from, like, poverty or slavery type plot hook, it's always so weird. Would Sense and Sunstar because of space lesbian rocks? Maybe? Wait, she joins Team Galactic? That's insane. That's insane plot maneuvering. Okay, but her team is fucking goated, dude. So apparently across the manga, she has an Infernape, a Milotic, a Leafeon, a Glaceon, an Electivire, a Dusknoir, of course an Eevee, an Espeon, and a Starly. That only shows up as a Starly. But genuinely, a fucking Dusknoir, Electivire on the same team? Goated. Those are good Pokemon. Those are two of my favorites. All right, Chance. Also, think of it self-care. Hi, Solstice. How are you doing? We'll be jumping into it in just a second. I'm trying to remember where we left off. Weren't we in the base? We were still in the base, weren't we? Hi, Pyro. How are you doing? Sunstar, do you have anything to say for yourself? Oh, wait. Come on, Sunstar. Or does chat have anything they want to say for themselves? A base? The one that's like under, at the beginning of the game that you like dive into the fountain for. The Resistance's base. Big job interview next week. So excited. Ooh. Define big job. Is it like a better job than you currently have? I want to say that's where we left off, but I don't remember what the last mission was we just finished. Was the last mission the camp? The like labor camp? Was that what it was? I don't remember for sure. Oh, well. I think Sunstar's gone. All right, Sunstar's dead, chat. You can go hog wild. All right, kids. Let's play some Wolfenstein. Let me also make sure. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Fish. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Never mind. Sunstar's still here. Loading profile settings. All right, now where the fuck were we? Cutting mode. Oh, okay, that's the big laser gun that we stole. Dork! How dare you? No, you're right. Oh, E to continue. Oh, that's right, we were going to the moon. We stole that guy's uniform from the train. God, I hope I don't have to do a train mission like that again. That sucked. Yeah, so we stole the uniform of the scientist guy? Something like that. Why do I feel like I'm moving really fucking fast? Moonbase 1. Wow, that just... Look at the fucking studs all over it. Jesus. Moon's haunted? No, Nazis are on the moon. Anonymous vote, which goes as... Is this guy just the fucking... Just going off into his... Wait, that's a... That's a robot. That's not an actual dog. Sorry, I'm getting a spam phone call. Oh, hey. Do I have any of my guns? I don't. That makes sense. Promotion? Yo, it's just that we're at the airport. It's the airport scan. All right, arms up. Make the X pose. Oh no, they're gonna know I have a pistol shoved up my ass. Memento from the Great War, I gather? Yes. Shrapnel. Look at you popping up. Why aren't the rest of you saluting me? Opens elsewhere. That's a silenced pistol. Uh-huh. Opens from the other side. Came in this side. This would be the way out. Okay. What am I taking? Wait, why would I take off the whole uniform?
Do you read?
Black Coat. Come in, Black Coat. Seth, can you boost the signal? Black can you hear me? What's your status?
Well, I'm on the motherfucking moon.
Okay.
Mouse on this one. I will clean it out with soap.
Really? The only gun we brought is the laser cutter?
The goal here is to steal the nuclear decryption keys located in the command module. In order to reach the command module,
okay,
you have to find a spacesuit and walk there on foot. Across the lunar surface.
Affirmative.
Okay, I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. Okay.
Spacesuits are kept by the airlock. Your best chance to reach them.
Oh shit, that's the wrong thing.
Then onwards through the laboratory.
Oh shit. Well, okay, that alerted them. Okay. I guess. I suppose. You know, I don't know what I was expecting. How you doing, buddy? Button. Oh, hello. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like using this gun. Is there a charger in here? I don't think there is. Oh, it's Golden Cane! Glad I didn't miss... Oh, there it is. Glad I didn't miss that. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably could have just... I feel like this door was probably open. And I did need to alert them. That's okay, we got a... Not that. Marksman rifle upgrade, laser. Okay. Okay. But it's not silenced like this cool pistol is. Did I forget to say? Oh, opens from the other side. Ooh. Okay, that's a cool way to open a door. Ooh, that's not what I want to use. So I just saw one. He's like just on the other side over there. Charge pack, meta pack. And then there's the other one right next to a turret. Okay. So the sad thing is either though is I don't know how effective this gun is. Like, I could get him. And there's that guy. Hello. Ow. And then there's more. Okay, but reload. It's charges. Oh. Oh, Jesus, my health. Okay. So, fucking, the silencer just does nothing. Also, hold on a second. Why is... The fuck? Hello? Okay, there we go. Oh, Christ. Okay. What were the keys again to... Is it alt? Okay, it is alt, but... He's like looking my direction. Okay. Ooh.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait! Everybody calm down!
Okay, somehow that didn't alert everybody. Okay, they're right next to each other. But if I can get them to pace separately... That's right, walk past the commander. Oh, I got a perk. I'm pretty sure, wasn't there another one? At least, I thought there was. Ah, there he is. Okay. The thing is, I don't really want to alert him. Because I think if I do... Oh, thank God I got more ammo. he's gonna spawn more guys. Whoop. Oh. Hold on. Okay. I am basically maxed out on everything. Also, is that kit an upgrade or is it... What do you call it? Is it an upgrade or is it just a charge thing? Because there's charge things all over the walls. I don't like the... Can I... Gotta go the long way. Down there. Nothing? Okay. Just a spawn point. All right, let's go around and see if we can get that, because I think it's an upgrade. It looks like an upgrade box to me. I kind of hope it's an upgrade to the silence pistol, I'm not gonna lie. Targeting. Oh. I hate it. Why does this exist? Okay. Okay, so we came in here. Oh, that was weird. It didn't render in for a second. So then I guess we just... I'm guessing we go across. That's usually the best bet in this game. Well, it ain't that way. Green lights? Green lights usually a good sign. Okay. Dehedo. Oh, it's downstairs. Do I want to use the laser on this? I kind of do. Oh, also, hold on. We got an ad break. I think that Robot Dog was part of, like, the additional spawns. All right, chat. Give me just a second. Oh, God, that looks nasty. Hold on. And I will get y'all iPad time. Let's do... Do I want to do stream pairs again today, or do we want to do something else? Emote search? Emote search. Methinks. Methinks. Load, damn you! Take that, take that. Sit-ups. I do owe somebody else something else too. Was it push-ups or was it squats? I forget. I forget which it was. All right, kids. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to do the workouts and I'll give you all the music back. So if you can't figure out how to do this, you are looking for the patterns that are on the left and you're trying to find them inside a crossword. And then you just have to put in the grid number. So you'll put like E1 through E5. That's, I don't think that's actually one. That was just a random one I picked. Okay, squats. I got you. All right, so squats and sit-ups. Gotcha. Breaking. The Supreme Court rejects bid to hear California Republican Party's emergency order allowing them to use newly redistricted maps. What? Huh. Are you winning? We're getting there. We're getting there. We're currently on the moon. Which is funny that we're also listening to Bark at the Moon. But let's do these squats. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, It's funny. Give me just a second, chat. I just found a chip on the floor. All right, and now we all setups. Gotcha. Congrats on being promoted from chief to captain. Doesn't feel like much of an upgrade. All right, let's do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And now I'm gonna completely counteract it by eating this cookie I grabbed while I was in the kitchen. Haha, chat. I have a chocolate chunk cookie and you don't. It also has pecans in it. Okay. All about balance. Also, y'all did really good that level. Jesus. All right, perfect timing. Let's put that away. Also, hold on. Why do I have so many notifications? Hold on a second. Okay. Never mind. It was nothing. It was just sheer number of notifications due to other people adding everyone. Okay. Back to Schmurderin. Oh, right. I was thinking about opening this box. Oh, of course it's armor. Sneaking, sneaking, sneaking. Oh, god damn it.
There should be a service tunnel leading from the crew quarters to the laboratories. Try to figure out a way to access it, William.
Oh, fuck. Oh man, why did it have to be one of the Franken dudes? Can you sneak up on those guys? Do y'all know?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
I can't hear shit. Also, cookie. Like, can I stealth that guy? Okay. Yeah, apparently they give these guys like the worst mattresses. It makes me think that sound like an orgasm? Did it? It sounded kind of Wilhelmy scream to me. All right, next time he pats back is when I'm gonna go check the other rooms. All right, I think he's over there. The annoying thing is, though, is I don't think I can use the laser without alerting the Franken dude. That's weird. As soon as I pass through the bathroom doorway, it gets really quiet. There he is. That was stupid. It said takedown. It didn't do takedown. Nazis made in this universe ultra sharp knife that can go through mattresses. I mean, there's regular knives now that can do that. Again, I don't know what I'm supposed to do against him. Like, do I dare try to get behind him and stab him? Does anybody know if you can take down these guys? Again, does anybody know? Fuck, I'm not, he's gonna turn around before I can get to him. Bad touch! Ooh! He 1-100 me. Well, I don't need to use the laser on that. So I guess I just fight him?
There should be a service tunnel leading from the crew quarters to the laboratories. Try to figure out a way to access it, William.
Wait for him to pace back. Oh, okay. The accidental shot I did earlier was what alerted everyone. Got you. Whew. Ooh, didn't notice that before. Okay. Wait for him to go back. I'm gonna go get that grenades while we're at it. Oh, so there's no way. Okay, so do I dare try to go through this? Is this the cutting mode? Yeah, okay, this is the cutting mode. I'm making so much noise I can't hear the big dude. Hijacking. Thought about doing another Dishonored playthrough at some point. I honestly don't know. I've kind of done every kind of playthrough of Dishonored game aside from like speedrunning that you can do. What are you clipping? Okay, so it only goes between the rooms on the same side. You and the noise is being bullied by Chance? All right, do we just gotta fight him? Jade. I can't hear you guys. I'm too busy doing my pacifist run of fucking Wolfenstein. I just want to see. I feel like this is just going to mirror. Okay, yeah, it does just mirror the other one. All right. Yes, we did. Maybe not in like the time that you were here. We have done Death of the Outsider and the Dowd DLC. In the very first playthrough I did on stream, we did the Dowd DLC. The what is it? The Blade of Dunwall? Fun fact, did y'all know there's a Dishonored TTRPG? I know, I'm completely doing a pacifist run. I refuse to harm any people. There's no people in this game. Low chaos playthrough. We've done low chaos playthrough on both games. And I'm pretty sure there's only one ending to Death. No, there's two endings. And I think we did both of them. At least two endings. I know we did do like the last mission. Wait, what do you mean you almost left, Roderick? What do you mean? Because I do know that we've gotten both the endings for saving the outsider and killing the outsider. Again, isn't that going to tell me if I just have to fight this guy or if I need to actually look for a way to get around him? Because I definitely need to go that way, but he triggers every time I get too close to him. Oh, good lord, no, Roderick. Come on, put 2 and 2 together, man. 2 and 2 together. Dishonored 1, I would always finish with high chaos. It's so much easier and more fun just to kill people. And the thing is, though, is we did a ghost run. We did a pacifist. No, it wasn't. I don't think it was pacifist. I think we did a just a ghost run where the only people we killed in the game, or tried to at least, were the targets. Although I think we did do a pacifist run through Dishonored 2. Oh, that'll delay fighting him by 1 room. Okay, is he the only enemy left? Should I just wait for him to pass down the hall so that I can just keep like wailing into him when he goes around? Like, I love Dishonored. Go in the vents? The vent doesn't go anywhere. Oh shit, never mind. I'm an idiot.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Yeah, I am an idiot. Hold on a second.
Stay calm! Wait! Everybody calm down!
He's like right there. Okay. We never did a Corvo playthrough in 2. No, we did a Corvo playthrough once. Oh, wait. Or did we do Emily, and because we had already beat the game before, we got the powers of Corvo? Was that what it was? It's fucking orgasmic. We did the like don't get caught by him method. I need to put the playthrough on YouTube. The thing is though, is I haven't made another thumbnail. I was running late today, so I just reused the last thumbnail we used for Wolfenstein. There's gotta be another open door somewhere to sneak in, right? Oh, he's right there. Never mind. Let him go the other direction. Oh! Okay. Whew. She should give control of bots to Sunstar. I mean, I could. Sunstar, do you want to be an editor on the YouTube bot channel? Even more out of date? Yes, yes, they are. They're very much out of date. Shit. Triple shit. Ah, there's another one over there too. Okay. Gather for schnapps and cigars. Wait, isn't that from Dishonored Spare? You just did the equivalent of the one guard line from Dishonored. And it must have bun-splode. X. Why don't you have the bunny nuke emote? Funny thing is, though, is if I shoot him in the face, they die once. If I shoot him in the helmet, it takes a couple shots. Also, hold on. How do I check? How do I check the... Does anybody remember how to check, like, perks and stuff? J? Was it J? Okay. The one we just got was silent shots. Quick draw. Damn, I need a hell of a lot more, increases damage when using silenced handgun. Nice. Nice. With overcharged health? Huh. Unlocks the ability to receive health from performing takedowns. Health points are added up to maximum health level. Ooh. Kills from cover using handgun. Huh. I guess we haven't really done that. Kills from cover using assault rifle. 80! Jesus. We ain't done shit with dual wields, man. We ain't done shit with dual wields. Damn. What can I say? I'm a precision killer. Come on, come on. Let's step into the macabre halls of the Nixia. Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show. What is the Bunny Duke? Not a Bunny Duke, a Bunny Nuke. Jesus, there's so many of y'all. Why are there so many of y'all? That'll have to do. Whew. I want to look over, but I also don't at the same time. Also, I'm pretty sure his body is in the doorway. At least pretty close to it. Hello? Oh, his back's turned to me. I could have gone in. Okay, I thought I heard somebody say something. Oh, there's two of them in there. See, there's somebody talking down there.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls shout your soul.
Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Nixie. How was your stream? Did you have a good time playing Helldivers? Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was really focused on being like, how am I going to kill these people? Hi, Solid Snake. How are you doing? Welcome in, though, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Martin. I'm the lead of the Dark Carnival. Typically, I play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. However, today we are doing our pacifist run of Wolfenstein. And by pacifist, I mean we're not killing people. Think about that really hard before you consider what I just said. Building Lego... Oh, Lego game... Wait. Ordain, weren't you building Lego Game Boy recently or something like that? Why don't I remember that? Really not happy about the whole situation of us going in on offensive. Oh. Ooh, okay. Okay, he turned around. Somebody triggered. God damn it, guys. You're stressing me out. Okay. Okay. How's your heart right now? Not good. Oh, come on. I was wondering where y'all went. Give me the lure. Anything else of interest in here? Did I actually get that guy that was peeking out the doorway? Oh my god, I did. You. Oh, overcharge. Okay. Oh, the overcharge. Wait, there was another side over here? Maybe this is the way I needed to go. Strong gun? It's just a silenced pistol. With very minimal ammo. Which also may be a bad idea and is probably why they all use laser guns. Oh! You know, because it was red, I honestly did not think that this was going to open. Oh, shit. He's coming closer. He's definitely above me. Where did that guy pace to? Okay then, so at least now I know that I guess that damage upgrade to my silent pistol has made it strong enough just to shoot through helmets. As long as I aim right. Oh. Oh, it's the health pack. Don't worry about that. Ew. Oh, there he is. Ew. Okay. Wolfenstein Youngblood? I have it. Where did he go? Oh. Now the question is that a door? I better just go through this way, I think. There he is. Okay, this is fine. Okay, as soon as that meter starts getting further and further away, then I know I can go in after him. Because that means he's walking back the other direction. All right, there he goes. God, the slump.
There is one more service tunnel connecting the laboratories to the airlock. Can you find it?
All right, hold on. Hold on, I'm doing my sneaky sneak. It's kind of dumb though. Emot is the exact opposite of this, and I'm like, I'm just gonna do the little sneaky sneak. I'm still also half terrified that the Franken soldier is going to show up in a second. Because someone said that I only delayed him by like a minute. Or by a room. Hello? Uh-oh. This doesn't bode well. And I lost some health. Oh, I'm upset about that. I see you flickering there. Thank you. What are those sounds? I'm guessing I need to go in there. I'm gonna live under that assumption. Oh, I don't like the red. Till I new order? What? You can't be saying that shit. God, Ramona!
November 16th, 1951. The Nazi appears to have a hot temper. I learned this as I attempt to smash his head with a flower pot I dropped from my apartment window. Sadly, I missed. He had friends nearby. They broke my door down. I said it was an accident, but they gave me a black eye and spit on me.
Do you think she's gonna get jump scared? I did get jump scared.
I can rely on. My grandparents are on my side, but they are not fit to fight.
Yeah, they really give me the goods. Really offering me the good shit here. Okay. It's not that. Oh, never mind. It's neither of these doors. Yoink. They're gonna give you a boss fight, aren't they? There's definitely going to be a boss fight here, isn't there? I don't hear anything. Spacesuits? Spacesuit? Spacesuit just for me? Special spacesuit just for me? Thank God.
Let's see. Spacesuit. The lunar surface, nothing to get all worked up over.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Right? I'm not gonna run into anybody else fucking about on the lunar surface, right? I think I'm just gonna follow the road. Wow.
Long way from home.
Boss fight on the moon? Better not be. I don't think I can use these guns in space, can I? So I feel like the combustion that those guys are using is not going to be very good. Doesn't look like they drop anything. Whee! Okay. Kind of guessing this is... Oh, Jesus. I was sliding for some reason. No? Oh, shit. Guessing this isn't the direction. Is that the way? That's not the way I came, I don't think. Did I even need to go this way? What could a vent right there possibly do? Remove heat? Oh, maybe I need to hop? I'm starting to think I need to hop. Whee! Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because then there's the big door here. Button. God, these doors are cool. Cycle the airlock. Yeah, I guess this is... It's also like no other suits in storage, apparently. Nothing of interest hidden in here? Guess not. All right, back to sneaking. Project Venus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a word. I'm sure that's a word. A scalpel? A cutscene? What am I doing? Oh, please tell me I'm not cutting off the numbers.
I remember this moment. Back in the camp.
Okay, I'm cutting off the numbers. Oh, God.
Well, resilient, will of iron, a family gone, all of them yet. Faith kept her going. I cannot believe it's that certainty. For me and everything, there must
When
be
did this
doubt.
happen?
Otherwise, there's no room to question the plan. Hey, look at this place. This is the fruit of unquestioned, ferocious conviction. This is where absolute certainty.
When did this happen? We weren't there very long.
You are a believer. I often wonder what kind of a God would sanction suffering such as this, and I question myself whether my faith is misplaced.
Maybe he's testing us.
Well, Jimshin, if he is testing us, we are failing gloriously.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Why did you wait till then to do that?
There is an encryption-decryption database mainframe inside the war room. Find the war room, access the computer, and print out the nuclear decryption keys.
Hello? Is there like... Ooh. Oh shit, what is that? Oh, it's one of the shotgun guys. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's one of the shotgun guys. Can I execute them? Whoop. Hey there, buddy. Whoops. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, his shadow's coming through the wall. That shotgun guy really does just stand there. Thing is, I don't know how sensitive this guy's face is. I don't know if I can just pick him off. The question then remains, do I want to try to, like, sneak over to that next hatch? Let's go this way. Also, I missed this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there's two of them. There he is. You stop there and then turn around? Yes, you do. Okay, then. I guess he really does just kind of stand there. One guy up there with some big backpack. I'm really sneaking through some places I feel like I shouldn't be sneaking through. Was that? What is that guy with the electrical pack? I don't think we... Oh! It would have only been funnier if I'd saluted him. Jesus. The captain? Good Lord. Okay. So for sure the other person is... Oop, he stopped. Whoop, he sees me. I kind of want to get up there, but I genuinely don't know if it's better to try to cross the room or... Yeah, because when he crosses here, then I can go behind him. Oh, there's the other captain. Okay. Emergency signals are dead. I'm looking to buy some games on Steam. Anyone got recommendations? All the Dishonored games. Everybody needs to play Dishonored. Okay, there he is. Oh, that is a Franken guy. That is not who I thought it was. On the upside, he doesn't move. Okay. Do you think I risked the takedown? Oh my god, you're so beefy. Are you serious? Hello? Also, I hit the wrong button. How do I put these back again? Thank you. I'm glad he died to the last bullets. Maybe I should have tried the takedown. I am quite glad he was the, Oh, never mind. He is aggroed. He's just not moving. Which is kind of funny. Wait, is it locking on? Weird. Huh. He actually doesn't move. Stand your post. Yes, sir. I have not been told to move. Ooh. I take it back. The scope is fucking sick. Oh, I did not want to take your stuff. I wanted the armor that fell off of you, but I guess I can't do that. Oh well. I'm assuming we have to take the elevator. I did recharge, didn't I? Oh, I didn't recharge the marksman rifle. That could potentially be useful. Button. Whee! Uh-oh.
December 24th, 1956. My heart is breaking. Friends I've known my whole life have all become Nazis. Mother and father are not happy about it, but they comply rather than resist.
Ugh.
Feign my smile and act cheerful, but I have started to resent my own parents. I am 33 years old. I am all alone in the world.
Also, we haven't found the health upgrade yet. I'm certain we've probably already missed it. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. There's no commanders here, at least. And then on the downside, there's no commanders here. Oop, hey, buddy. Well, I'm still kind of glad that went through. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Apparently they aggroed. Okay. Oh. No! God damn it! Well, somehow I apparently just zapped the shit out of that dude. I guess I'm thinking shooting through the glass is probably what triggered them. Give me the charge. That's a little bit better. Oh, but it canceled the charge. Oh well. There's the Wolfenstein TV show in the works. I'm expecting something akin to Man in the High Castle. I think it's going to be a little more... What's the word? Oh, hello. I don't have any silent shots. Okay, Man in the High Castle is pretty good. I suddenly haven't finished it yet because it's kind of starting to feel like it's dragging on. Okay.
The command module is where the new generation Super Soldaten are being manufactured. From what we know, there should be a point of entry to the war room from that area.
Okay. Does anybody know if the laser guns are silent, technically? Okay, no, wait, we know that the cutter isn't silent, but is the marksman laser silent? Oh, have I just gone the long way around to get to Project Venus? Is in here? Lasers are not silent? Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I just have to go to Project Venus. Uh-oh.
Should find those nuclear decryption keys. Get off this space rock.
Is that a person right there? Man, I love classic retrofuturism. Oh, shit. I do have a bunch of extra knives. So I could technically throw them at him. Whoop. Hey, buddy, catch. Hey, buddy, catch. Okay, hold on. I am not going to hit that yet because I don't think this is lore. I think it's just a poster. Oh, it is just a poster. So I'm going to ask, does anybody else get that one, like, classic movie vibes? What is that movie called that has the, like, New World Order table type shit. Dr. Feelgood? No. Strangelove, that's it. Strangelove. Feelgood is the song.
All right. I'm printing decryption keys now.
You've done it, Blazkowicz. Now get your butt back to Earth, please, William. Klaus is in London. He will bring you back to Berlin.
Okay, they already know I'm here. Die, die, die. Oh, sick. I didn't realize this is what I was climbing into. Okay, but... Another Ramona's thing.
1957. I should keep fighting, but who's there to fight? Everyone is a Nazi now, or at least they pretend to be.
Who is there left to fight? Those are the exact people you should be fighting. Class Alpha, uh-oh. Uh-oh! I'm gonna climb up here. There's gonna be people, isn't there? Whew! Okay, so they don't all automatically know where I am. Wait, why can't I... Whoop! Yeah, I guess I can't lean unless I'm holding a gun. Stupid. Whoop. Did I get my knife back? I think I got my knife back. All right, so I'm guessing I have to cut through here. Wow, I guess I really didn't use that much ammo. Whew. Okay, okay. Step inside, step inside. Grogers, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, of course, there's an armored dude there. What's... No, that just changes between my most recent stuff. He's not coming up here, is he? Where did he go? You think I could nail it? I have an idea. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this properly, but we'll try. Motherfucker. That was so embarrassing. Oh no. Thing is, I don't think I can jump on that guy and like execute him or anything. Oh, he's looking up. So it almost feels better just to fucking fight them. Is that a sniffing emote? All right, I think we're just gonna go raise hell. You know what? Let's do it the fun way. You have a grenade. Where you at? Give me your ammo. Okay. I'm still missing one other, like, Enigma code thing, so I kind of want to get it. Okay.
August 28th, 1960. Death's Head's men are coming by the asylum every other week. They're taking people that have been in my care for years.
Pro gamer, I'm trying my best, okay?
Look the other way.
True pro gamer.
I hate myself for giving up, but I can't fight alone anymore. I watch the man with the scars. I whisper things to him. Sometimes I can see some part of him is awake. I wonder
Oh,
if he can
that's
see me.
us.
I will not let them take
That's
him.
Blazkowicz.
That was the last entry, William. Some of the things in this diary happened a long time ago. And some of them may have happened to me.
Hiya! Okay. Where we would come in while she was giving us the like journal entries. Hiya! Hiya! Nope, he's on to me.
All right, time to execute my trick.
Not the brick!
No, listen.
Okay, well, oh, hi! Alright, I guess we're taking the tram. We're really just chilling. We're really just chilling. Ooh. Uh-oh. The music? Well, fuck. That's probably fine-ish. TM? Alright, let's go down. Oh, hey, guys. I know y'all are still behind those boxes. You know what? Let's do it the fun way. Motherfucker! Curse you, right-handed people! I'm holding the wrong thing. You just... There's another one of you here. Oh, shit, we got ad break. All right, chat. We're gonna take a brief break. I also need to go turn over my laundry, so I'm gonna give you all the game, and we will be back in a couple minutes. I will give you all the music, I promise. And I will see y'all shortly. You're not allowed to burn anything down. All right, kids. Oh, here, let's do it a little bit lower. That works. Sensor, how could you? Y'all better not fail on this one. Are y'all gonna let Sensor fail? That's crazy. All right, what do we got here? Good Lord. Okay, so now we're up to 6. Jesus. Okay, so gay fire, gay fire. Huh. Gay fire, keck, and then fire again. Oh, I see it. I did it. The gay keck gang. Uh-oh. Wait. Nah, that can't be it. We need 2 more. Come on, Chance. Just pick one and try and find it. Gay cat gay, then the P smile. Oh, I found it. I found it. It is... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. 2. Okay, it's D1. There we go. Double P, double... Damn it! Where's everybody else? Come on, guys. That would have, I think, actually been the furthest we got in this game if we had finished that level. Because this one's kind of hard. I had it. I just messed up. No. All right. Let's put this away. Let's put Beast in Black away. And let's go back to escaping the fucking Nazi moon. Oh, okay. Okay. I forgot where we were for a second. Hello? We're definitely gonna have to fight another one of the storm soldiers, aren't we? Did I go backwards? No, I couldn't have gone backwards. Realize that. Oh, hi, guys. I am almost out of ammo. Here, let's do this. Oh, wrong thing. I actually need the cutter on this one. Oh, it's ammo. Not ammo, armor. Not quite what I wanted, but it'll have to do. Okay, so he does know me. Hold on, wasn't there a charger down here? Excellent. Excellent. Hey, at least they did like a cool combat roll. Anyway. Guys, we were here like 20 minutes ago. Okay, it's actually been like, oh, hi, you didn't die. Okay, wait a second. Maybe this is, well, no, this has to be, this is the same one. Goofy, but okay. And it looks like our buddy here is gone. I don't have any grenades for all of them being grouped up in one spot. Give me all your shit. I kind of need the ammo. I'm sure this will be fine, right? I was wrong. This is a very large space. All right, where's your big dude? He's on the other side. Is the robot? No, it's... Nope. I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, it's already... Oh, hi, there's two of you. Woo! Get that charge up. Let's get that charge up. Already empty. Okay. He's coming this way. Why are we on the moon? Because we're stealing nuclear launch codes for a nuclear submarine that we stole. Do I get on? Oh, there he is. There we go.
Kommandozentrale London Nautica. Transporter Nummer 4. Meine Ladung wurde vernichtet. Ich wurde von einem verdammten Terroristen angegriffen und bin gerade mit dem Leben davon gekommen. Verstanden, Transporter. Die Einsatznachbesprechung nach Ihrer Ankunft. Verdammter Mist! Wer ist im Schiff? Transporter 4.
Rip dude.
Things I've seen in this life. Strange shit that turns your stomach. Turns your hair white.
All right, Captain Cowboy. Roger. This is your buddy boy Klaus Kreuz in the car heading toward the London Nautica. Roger. Find your way down to the parking lot and I will pick you home. Roger.
Oh.
1,000 battles.
Okay, so we're going right back to the Nautica.
I think they're shooting at you.
I've seen the sun set on 5 different continents. I've seen dust rise off the surface of the moon.
I don't think you want to brace for impact with your legs. That's how you break your legs. And when your femur breaks, that's just either excruciatingly painful or you die.
But all I want.
We gotta work on his landings.
Daylight. Cold air. Still alive, it seems.
Oh, hi. Oh, immediately out of ammo. When did I get this gun back? Ow! I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Running! Schmovin'! Oh, come on. Wow, guys, y'all's fucking cabling sucks ass. Okay, hold on. But yeah, but it wasn't lasers anymore. It had it had a different scope. Poor dude. Is there a guy hanging from the rope outside from the roof? What the fuck is? Oh my god! Oh, that too. Oh shit, that's right. I forgot. How do I change the, there it is. You're still not dead. Oh, shit. Oh, that's just biggest gun ever constructed? Oh shit, you wouldn't shoot at Mars, would you? You can't fire a gun at the surface. Oh, hi. Oh, okay. It's because now I have the swap ability. Trying to get my shit back up here. Fought my way in, gonna have to fight my way out, and just not giving me nearly enough medical kits. Okay. Oh boy. Hmm. Ow. Hmm. I don't think I could jump up there. Oh, wait. Is there... Hmm. Hi, boys! Whoop! Oh, shit. Have that. You. It's really effective, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hey guys. Here, have this. It's also kind of fun because they go boom. They explode. Too bad it's not quite as visceral as like Unreal Tournament. What is it? The Unreal Tournament rockets. All right, we'll go ahead and hit that. Oh shit. The amount of speed you have to do to get this done is kind of annoying. I'd also like to take this guy's shotgun because I think it's going to be useful. Are we on to a different mission? Okay, we are. What the fuck is characters? Ooh. Wrong thing. I do not want to do that. I want to do that. I want the shrapnel shots. Okay, I think we go back the same way we came. Because I think that button just lowered the thing for us. Ish. No? I have to go out the window, don't I? Loot Goblin. I'm always Loot Goblin and baby, because the more shit you have, the easier the game is. Oh, hey. Oh. Ramp. What's going on down there? What they doing over there? Hello. This kind of oh, hey, buddy. Do I have... Not that. Oh, I do have ammo. I didn't put on the silencer. Hi, guys. You know what? Sure. Oh! God. Slash bio to the... Oh, got you. Got you. Got you. Hello. No armor lying around. Alrighty then. Oh, there's armor right there. Duh. No. The laser gun, the when they explode? Well, I couldn't go loud. The guy noticed me immediately. But it's also the fact that there's no, like, commander. Makes me think that you're just always supposed to go loud here. Sir, you just took bullets to the head. Also, these are all clerks, like, grabbing guns. Ooh! Take out the helicopter? What do you mean by that? Can I do it with... Nope, still don't have any ammo for that. Oh, hi. Like... I mean, I have like one rocket. I keep hitting the wrong fucking thing. We'd like to go down. Oh, can I take out the rotor? Ooh, I can. It seems like I can take out the rotor. Yeah. Thank you. Semi-realistic. What is it? Oh, it's health. Marksman ammo. Thank you. Or am I going down the hole? I'm going down the hole. Oh, hi, guys. You're all just waiting down here this whole time. Have you gotten to a point where you no longer have, like, armed guys in the building? Is that the point we've reached? Because when I was here last time, you guys had so many dudes in, like, full armor. Come on. the one bullet I had left. Here he is. You guys are shockingly sturdy. I see you. Hold on. Why does this look like a ramp over here? Oh, another upgrade. Huh? I didn't... What does that do? It just attached it. It doesn't tell me what it does. I'm glad I went to go check that. Hup. Oh, hi, boys. Oh, it's not locking onto anything. Oh. Oh, I do have swapping ammo. Where's the other guy? You're over there. I know you are. Ow. Get up. Face your death like a man, Nazi. Before I kill you like an animal. Let's make sure we recharge this. Can make you kill the super soldiers with 1 or 2 shots because it basically focuses all the beams on them. Ooh. Yeah, that makes sense. That explains why I was doing so well against like the super soldiers. Oh, I maxed out actually. I wonder if there's any upgrades for guns that I've like completely missed. I wouldn't doubt it. This actually looks like the way I need to go. Ish? Is it? Oh yeah, okay, we're still going down. Can I go down this? Okay, that's exactly what I need to do. Whee! Oh!
Citizens of London, return to your homes.
Just effective immediately. Congratulations, curfew's now like 3 p.m. Why would I do that? Defeat the London Monitor. Okay. Hi. Okay, but like, how? That doesn't sound good. Okay, so there's also... I'm gonna pick these up right now. Woo! I am a rat. Whoops. Oh, it's destroying the tunnels. Oh. Oh, bad touch. Well then. Oh, god damn it. Do I just keep laying into it? Oh. Probably. Okay, so I did destroy one of them. Oop, bad touch. I took a little bit of armor damage.
Submit yourself for sentencing.
Oh, I don't have any charge. Oh, shit. Meow. Scurry, scurry little rats. Come on, open the eye.
You are causing damage to state property.
I'm sure I am. Come on. Listen, I'll just line aside the minigun. Open up. Whoop. Gimme. Gimme. 100! Oh shit, I should have left that one. I only needed like 20. Listen, this is one of the things with some of these other games that, like, boss fights are simple. Go on. Stupid. Give me your last pod. It's mine. I'm here to fucking destroy millions of Nazi marks. Hi. Oh. Let's go to the other side. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right, I'm guessing I have to just destroy the minigun now. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Uh-oh. Oh, there's also flames for underneath it. That is red. But bullets beats lasers, I guess. It's not really doing too much. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, I fell. Excuse me. Oh, it's back out. Close again. Stop. Pain. Okay. Wait, am I? No, I'm not still taking hits from it. Okay. Why am I so slow? That was a little easier to hit it than I thought it was going to be. Okay. Don't you run from me! I'm just a man with a gun! Stupid. USA style! Oh, flashback.
I know a lot about you.
Oh no, this is Death's Head talking to us.
William, but you call me Death's Head. I don't like it. I'm a happy man.
You're very demented.
It doesn't sound right in English. Say it correctly.
Blazkowicz, hate to pile it on, mate, but we're in the weeds over here. No time to mount any kind of defense. I'm on the
Wait, how'd I get knocked out? I was totally far enough away from that machine blowing up.
Now I put you in the car. We have to drive.
This man deserves some fucking sleep, dude.
Johnny Cowboy. I hope we can make it back home on time.
Berlin. Come in, Berlin. What's your status?
Uh-oh.
Getting worse. I don't know how much longer we can stick it out. The place is overrun with Death's Head's men. I think they're being led by your old friend, Frau Engel. Death's Head must have promoted her for her actions at the labor camp.
Oh, gross.
Caroline's with me. We've taken cover in the helicopter hangar. We're trapped. There are Nazis fucking everywhere.
Oh, great, we're going from one job to the
Where the
oh.
others are, I don't know.
Was that the crazy lady?
Some are dead.
Or was that just
some
one
are
of the
hanging on.
random labor people we brought back? Oh no, there's the crazy lady.
It's just a matter of time before they find all of us.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're breaking them out of prison again.
I wish you could have seen Mesquite at dawn. I wanted to take you there.
It's Max! Oh, Max. No, Max! No, my favorite Ogren. Hi, Max. Oh, Max, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, shit. Whoop. Oh, God, I ran out of ammo. That's fine. Have a rocket. Have another rocket. Have a rocket. Give me y'all's ammo. Shit! Oh my god, I'm dying. I have 2 HP. 2 HP in a dream! Ah, Jesus. Okay. Takedowns cannot be performed on heavy soldiers. They're protected by thick metal armor. Well, that explains my question from earlier. There were other shots coming from somewhere. Where were they? Oh, it's a shotgun guy. Oh, there he is. We're going in. Oh. Oh, Max.
Blasco, fucking hell, that you making an entrance? Listen, Blasco, she's taking Anya, Frau fucking Engel. She's taking Seth and Bombate too. They're being transported to Death's Head's compound. Trying to get this fucking thing working. Well, shush your plutering, right? Yeah, Blasco, there's one helicopter still on the ground in our hangar. If you hurry, we can take it back, get our people out. Just keep moving. Fergus out.
Does he have armor? I'm pretty sure that guy has heavy armor. Oh. Bitch. Oh, you didn't die. Fucking damn it. Why is it doing the fucking... It's not even smoke. It just fucking blurs out everything in a room. That's so fucking annoying, dude. Why? Why do you do that? That's not the gun I wanted. Doesn't seem like they're gonna come out of there. Okay. That's, oh, what's her name? Locked. Oh. Nothing I can take? Nothing extra besides just ammo lying around? Oh, it's a shotgun, dude. I have a grenade. I have another grenade. did you die? Oh, it's because there's two of you there. Yeah, that'll do it. Give me all your shits. Give me all your shits. There's definitely not gonna be any ammo in Max's room. Oh, guys. It's the couple we helped get their wedding ring back. Ugh. Where are you? It's just blurry. I can't see shit. That's not good. The fuck are you? Hello? Sometimes I'm gonna shoot you in the head, dude. Okay. I really don't think there's gonna be anything else up here, but I'm still gonna go check. For reasons unknowns to even me. Ooh. The answer is apparently because there's substantial armor up here that I need. Yes, that was in fact a nuke. Again, I just saw something pop up. Oh, there it is. Okay, I guess I'm taking that way. There's no charge station up here, is there? Doesn't look like it. Oh, hi.
Heard you arrive. Everything in accordance with the numbers. This day, the
Oh, it's the crazy lady.
Is 19. A prime, why not? For the math to square.
Why did they parenthesize something she actually said?
On theirs, on average, and then we'll win. I've been proficient with what you taught me. 11 in the stack. Did I thank you? I can't remember if I thanked him. Should thank the man that is my friend. But I have accumulated an additional 7 through other means prior to this day.
I'm on the move. I need to find Fergus and Caroline. You should come with me.
And violate my model. The model is loyal to universal causality.
We can talk about how badass it is that this schizo woman killed 11 Nazis.
And so hard, I wonder how you will cope. Mine is at its end. On this day. I am glad to have found my friend.
Ooh. Come on. I want to see her get this in there. Damn. What ammo are you shooting? Damn, we only got it at 13. There's an alternate version? What's the alternate version? Thud. Oh, okay. Oh! What was that, like, Panzerhund ass sound? I'm gonna lose more health again, aren't I? Yeah, because of course I am.
Should be one entryway to the hangar through a sewage tunnel, I think. Be careful, like this place is brimming.
Oh, come on!
You've ever seen.
Ooh, rockets. Okay. Oh, we got a lot of extra rockets. Hello, sir. Have another one. Where the fuck did that go? Oh, I didn't realize there were so many of y'all here. Holy shit. Oh, hi. The big dude still hasn't died? Oh my god. I fucked up. I fucked up severely. I should have known that there was gonna be a bunch of people come running. How did the one die to 2 rockets and then this other motherfucker ate 4? Why? Terrible, apparently, Roderick. That was fucking stupid. Do I just go for it again? Jimi Hendrix theme? Okay, he died to 1. Okay, there they go. You. Have a rocket. Click the wrong fucking thing. Whew. Where's the other ones? Oh, there's the shotgun dude. Shit. Why didn't he just throw himself over the railing? Oh, I did not actually want to take that. There's another grenades. Just kind of hoping to find armor or something. More rockets is good, though. Oh, that's his gun. Reload the rockets. Oh, I didn't realize that there was a charger over here. Might as well recharge everything. But with dealing permanent brain damage, I do tend to give permanent brain damage. You get a rocket. You get a rocket. Oh, there's your gun. I was wondering where his gun went. Yeah, I guess they're going up here. Hello. To Nazis, at least. The best people to give permanent brain damage to. It's not like they need much help, though. Wait, hold on. I was looking to see if there was a secret up there. I guess there's not. Oh, I knew it. I knew that shot. Oh, hi, guys. Oh, right, he has the suit.
Welcome back to Berlin, Blazkowicz.
Oh, she has the suit.
I'll make sure no one uses our helicopter. Maybe you can do something about this Nazi problems here. Try not to get Fergus killed, please. He's out of ammo and essentially defenseless.
Already out of ammo. Yo, when do I get the cool armor? Oh, hi, guys. Trying, hold on. Oh. Bad touch. Oh, thank God.
Alright, Blazko, I'm coming out now.
I somehow knew that those fucks were gonna have one of those Panzer wounds.
Put down your tea sandwich. You made it.
Tea sandwich? I'm trying. Looked cool when I played the games. I mean, it is pretty cool. I like the hexagon pattern. Oh, it's Max!
Du bist mein Junge. Weißt du das? Doch eine gute Junge. Und jetzt bist du auf dich allein gestellt. Aber keine Angst. Ist allein.
No. Oh, no.
Und jetzt musst du aufhören zu weinen und anfangen zu kämpfen. Ich wünschte, du konntest sie sehen. Die Kraft und die Stärke dir. Weg! Weg!
No. Wait, that door never actually closes completely? Oh, Max. Oh? Oh, is he dreaming? Oh, he's definitely dreaming. Oh, so you can have the doors closed and still shoot the machine gun? I figured you would still at some point while in transit want to be able to completely seal the helicopter.
Sometimes, truly, it's good to remember what you're fighting for.
Okay, why the helmets?
It's time.
From what we know of Death's Head's
Oh, come on!
prisoners are kept on the lower levels, close to the experiment.
How much time are we skipping here?
Needs to be perfect.
We have the nuclear decryption keys now.
Come in deep. Surface real close to the compound. You fucking pulverize the outer wall with a cannon. Get inside the compound.
Okay, that's funny, but you don't have to tell me that, Crow.
Fire, so we'll need to dive again before
It's not polite to tell the streamer how many viewers they have.
to a safe distance.
But that is funny.
You're inside.
That is
Get
funny.
down to the lower
Oh, I just took a drink of water. I'll take another one.
prisoners. We send in a helicopter. Once everyone is safely in the air, we prime the nuclear warhead.
Okay.
Fire the atomic bombs. Level the whole site.
Hell yeah.
No more Death's Head.
Be safe.
Okay, but... Okay, maybe it's not broken. I thought the wires on the side were like broken glass.
Don't fuck this up, you magnificent cop.
Max having like the tape and bandages on the outside of his clothes is kind of funny. Oh? Where are we going? Are we going after them? I guess we're going after them. Airlock. I like Max too. Alright, are we gonna have to sneak past mines again? We're gonna have to deal with mines again, aren't we?
Careful as you make your way to the cannons there. They're heading in fast, and the currents are bound to be strong.
Oh, okay, that's why it pushed me back as soon as the doors open.
We are getting close. 200 meters.
Oh. Why did that look like it had a buoy attached to it?
50 meters.
Ooh. Come on, you don't build... What the fuck is that? That's an evil castle if I've ever seen one. Ooh, cutscene. Oh, it was the string thing. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna tear the wall off, isn't it? Hey, yeah, that'll do it. Knee thigh highs? What? Oh, it just put us in swimming. Why aren't we wearing the suit anymore? Damn, guess we have to kill Nazis with our badass jacket. How close are we to the end of this game?
I'm coming for you.
Oh, I do still have my guns. Oh. I'm in your house. I'm in your house. Please tell me I get to shoot him. Oh, more grenades. Anything else I can... Damn! All the supplies, baby. Wow. I don't like the fact that it's giving me so much right here at the beginning. How many super soldiers are going to be here? Chat, you're not allowed to lie to me. How bad is it about to be? Oh, it's gonna be bad. That doesn't bode well. Wow, these statues are kind of lame. Oh, of course. Here. I ain't got time for you, old man. Seriously, there's more of y'all? More of you? Here, have a grenade. Oh, you're way back there. Are you really not getting hit, my guy? Oh! I keep hitting the wrong thing. Hello, Mr. Rocketman. Are we gun? Again, I hit the wrong thing. Okay. Give me your shit. Give me a charge. Any other fun stuff in here? Ooh, you. Hmm. Oh, that's a stamp. I see you sticking out right there. Map, don't mind if I do. Rockets, also don't mind if I do. How is the shotgun? I have not used it that much. I am terrible when it comes to utilizing all of the tools I have. Ooh. More regeneration, you say? Oh, bad touch. It's fine, though. I clicked the wrong thing again. I'm stuck. Oh, I didn't reload. That's my bad. Okay. Go ahead and be dramatic about exploding. I'm sorry, did he say Panzer? All right, I'm kind of half expecting another dog to come running at me in a second. Hello? Ooh. Hold on, maybe I can do... Damn it. I was gonna try to sneak. Now, if you excuse me... In the walls we go. Oh, of course, it's another thing to Hey, buddy. Oh, hi. Woo. What are you doing, boys? There's two of you in there. I can see you both. Fantastic. Oh, bad touch. Oh, wait, he can't hit me. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, I missed the commercial break. That's my bad. I missed the ding donk. I was too focused on killing Nazis. Ah, there he is. Wow, you were really far away, my guy. That's fine. Let's go do this. Actually, that's the worst place to be. I don't like that I have to get up the ladder to get up here. Hold on a second. So the iPad can wait? Correct. Immediately blew all of the ammo. Well, out of ammo on that, but that's fine. Let's swap this. Not that. Swap this to laser. That works well enough. Anyone else? I'll put that down for now. A button. You know, I actually, in fact, hate the wheel in this game. I'm gonna take this, though. Maxed out on armor, so this will be fine. Hello? Oh, that'll do it. Put it down. I'm gonna swap to rockets. I keep hitting the wrong key because they're right next to each other. Oh, he's like right here, isn't he? Wow. Shit. Shit. Ah, 12 health. I'm dead. I'm dead. That's fine. That was poorly fucking done on my part. Although I do also kind of hate the fact that this gun did fucking nothing! Ooh. Ah, there is another one. Ooh, perfect. It's like there has to be like a recharge station somewhere around here. Oh, hi! I hope we get the catharsis here soon. Oh my god! Where the fuck did y'all come from? Coco's losing her minds. Oh, that was weird. Y'all saw that, right? Why are you here? Should have known. Oh, of course. Of course. Oh, there's somebody behind me. Fucking seriously, dude?
Come all and step into the macabre halls of the dark
Put this shit down. That gun's fucking useless, dude.
And please, enjoy the show.
Hi, Hectic. How was your stream? Do you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Okay, yeah, still maxed out. That's the same gun. Okay. Again, wrong key. Oh, you're down here the whole time? Bad touch, bad touch. Die, 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 die. Oh my god. God, I hate you, dude. Oh, cool, there's another one. Terrible. Ah! Get this shit out of my hands. Overcharge. Again, I hit the wrong thing. Have a grenade. Have another grenade. Have a third grenade. Oh, hey. Whew. Auto Panzer. Shit. Jesus. Let's recharge both of these while we can. I'm also pretty sure that robot's not dead yet. There it is. One American waking up from a coma? Apparently! It's not even a coma. It's like more like... Jesus, robot, why aren't you going down? You've been easier before. Okay. Was that charge not at exploding? Really? Thank you. Jesus. All right, now where's all the small fucking guys that were here before that came out of fucking nowhere? Never mind, that's terrible. Take that. There's another one. I was like, I could have sworn there was two of those storm guys. Are you serious? So now y'all are coming out of the fucking woodworks? Alright, where's the rest of you? It is kind of funny that it still like scans the pieces of the dude that was there a second ago. Where's the rest of you? Did y'all see him sliding around? Right, y'all saw that. They did that a couple retries earlier, too. God, that's gruesome. The fucking just dismemberment by hitting all of the limbs at once. Oh, hi. I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't want to deal with the nonsense. Anyone else right now? So hold on, let me go grab, isn't there? Yeah, I did leave this armor up here. Please and thank you. Anyone else? I know there's still that one shotgun guy if over here. What was that? You. Who am I forgetting? Uh-huh. Where the fuck? Turret position. Hi, buddy. Is that where all of y'all came from? Because you'll spawn in after I go into the area. Oh, I saw that. Anyone else? I hear you fucking shooting. Where are you? Up ahead? Ah, of course. I knew it, you fucking chuckle fuck. Okay. Hi, Routine. Are we good? Can I go back downstairs? All right. Any of you gaggle of fucks gonna come spawning out of nowhere again? And then down there is the shotgun dude that I'm not gonna go bother fucking facing because it seems I can just get around him. Or not? Fucking hate you, dude. I hate you so much. Hi, Donkler. How are you doing? Give me that knife. Give me that. Is this the way we have to go? No? Just various different ways to get here? Oh, hello. Okay, maybe it's... Oh, of course! I missed the indicator here. Oh, shit. Alright, are they gonna shoot my ankles? Oh, thank God, nobody's shooting my ankles.
The U-boat is in position. Everything according to plan.
That doesn't look good. Shattered by senseless saboteurs? Alright, honest men! There's not a single honest man among any Nazis. That's how they treat scoliosis. They just take the spine out and straighten it for you. See you. That's one way to, I guess, 3D render a spinal column. Just make it a tube. Oh, what's up? Oh my God, are you serious? Was he really waiting in the vent for me? Can I have thrown a grenade up there? I don't like getting done in by a Nazi twink. I'ma kill him with my own hands.
Further inhibits your nervous system, shutting down your motor faculties. You'll find it harder and harder to move. There we are.
Uri, was kann ich wirklich tun? Bin beschäftigt. Entweder in Berlin und den letzten Dreckshaus zu beseitigen, den Captain Blazkowicz vor unserer Tür hinterlassen hat.
Ich habe ein Geschenk für dich, mein Schatz.
I still don't like the very obvious 40-year age gap between these two.
Zeigst es mir?
Dir zeige ich doch alles.
You just carrying around meat hooks?
Dein Geschenk ist kostbarer als alles, was ich mir hätte erträumen können.
He has weak elbows, I can just tell.
Darf ich ihn für dich aufschneiden?
Please tell me I get to kill him in front of her. Okay, I'm not enjoying this foreplay. Oh, hey, the pain brought me back. Oh, there's the adrenaline. To paralyze an elephant? Yeah, but you didn't give enough to paralyze a Blazkowicz. Bitch. Oh, you took all my health and my... Oh, no, I do still have my full armor. Hi, ma'am. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Oh, we already done? Are we tired? Oh, I can't wait to kill her. I can't wait to kill her. Still have all my guns, right? Okay, just have all my guns. Ah, my vision! That's not good. I feel like that's gonna fuck with me the rest of this mission.
Not going down. Not yet. Not until she's safe.
Yeah. In the sequel, damn it! don't get to kill her now? God, I hope I get a health pack soon.
Ready when you are, Blazkowicz. Soon as you get our people out of the compound, we'll swoop in and pick you up.
Not as a paralyzed descendant of the... He's not the descendant of the Doomslayer. The Doomslayer is a descendant of him. You had it backwards, Crow. The Doomslayer is his seed. Oh, hi, guys.
William!
I'm not gonna lie, that actually scared me.
You bleeding?
After Seth got us out from the cells, we thought we would be escaping all on our own. Put the sea, Blazkowicz. Jesa Hoya, man.
Let's get out of here. Kinder, let's go. Lloyd!
Y'all aren't helping me?
This elevator has seen better days.
Where'd everybody else go? The fuck? Oh, hey guys.
Blazkowicz, help me out.
Okay. Next mission? Uh-oh. They're gonna get up and then the elevator's gonna drop, isn't it?
Thank you.
I can hear the cable stretching. They're gonna get up and I'm gonna fall to the basement. And then I'm probably gonna have to fight a Panzerhund. Oh, never mind, I'm going up.
We'll get you out of there. We'll go somewhere. I believe there are still places on this earth where people can go.
Like Fiji.
Live happy.
Equip any of the weapons and kill him instead of killing him with a knife or leaving him to bleed out. Buzz will always die with one shot anywhere in the body with any weapon. Shooting him with the akimbo AR/marksman. Oh no. Oh, of course we're using the laser gun. Finally, someone's using the security cameras in these buildings. Let's go, boys.
I know you. We have met before. I think today we meet for the last time.
I could not believe this man survived another like 15 years.
Captain Blazkowicz. Still fighting after
Those
all these
files?
years. I remember.
Not gonna lie though, kind of a cool sorting machine.
Remember him?
Is that his brain shoved into a jar? Private Wilhelm.
Like this, it is easy to be tempted to sense compassion. We must learn that
We left Wilhelm behind, the private.
instinct not fit for the master race.
You can know that by the fact that we had Fergus with us earlier. Oh, that's what they were doing with those machines, and they were tied up. Oh my god, they were removing the central nervous system. Again, though, that tool doesn't make any sense unless you want to blender the brain. Well, I guess it does kind of remove part of the skull cap. It really does just suction the brain out. Are you serious? But it took up more space inside that tube, which means it's swelled into the tube.
People like you. All you pay is death and destruction. I would ask you to consider, in the end we will be judged. Not by what we have destroyed, but what we have created.
Okay, but why do you think that an American private wouldn't kill you as soon as you plugged him into robots?
Can you grasp the splendor of it? The intelligence of the human brain? Amalgamated.
God, the music though.
Efficiency and obedience of the machine.
But why put the brain in? Uh-oh.
Well, look at you.
Oh, of course there's a fucking button. Oh, I took my fucking energy gun. Weapon, all my weapons are lost? Whoop. Ow. Wait, do I? No, I don't have any weapons. But I do have... Okay. I'm so confused. What the fuck? Have a grenade? Oh, that was a knife. Have a grenade. Have a grenade. So he is conscious in there. That's fucking crazy. So they're not in control of anything. Am I blind? I think I'm blind. There has to be another tool somewhere, right? This whole place is covered in, like, things I can... Have another grenade. Have another grenade. Oh, of course, you're jumping away from them. There are no weapons? God damn it. And your knife? Have fun? Are you serious? Oh, I wasn't fast enough. Okay. I hope I haven't used all the grenades on site. No grenades there. Shit. Okay, there's one. Kind of stuck. Have another grenade. Here we go. Why didn't I pull it out completely?
I tried. So sorry I shouted you. I had no control over my actions. Cannot live like this. You have to put an end to it.
Prophet, it was an honor to serve by your side.
15 years later, man. I don't think I would have been willing to put my hand. Oh! Okay, I see the vision. I should. Oh.
Like Prometheus, I steal fire from the gods. My shield. You attempt to weaken me, but my shield takes its power from the storm itself.
Oh, wrong thing. Something about Asgard? Oh, bad touch. Okay. There's gotta be other things here, right? Cannon? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Ah.
Your cruelty is endless, Captain. Honest, hard-working men on board the
Don't forget, kids, Zeppelins are fucking stupid and only kind of a novelty. Uh-oh. Whew, that hurts. Whew. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna survive. Oh my god, the pain. Oh shit. All the way back here? Okay. Ah, son of a bitch. It really does just kind of fire away. I'm sure it is. Those aren't men. Those are Nazis. I probably also missed a bunch of those drops that were tucked away on my way back. Oh, shit, I'm stuck. Yeah, I mean, kind of a little bit. Is your shield down yet? Hold on. Ow. Ah, damn it. Do I need to hit that up there? Is that it? Doesn't seem like it. I don't think so. Chat, what am I missing? The number of killers in the world stays the same. Kill more than one! Stupid! Nah. Shoot it. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Excuse me. Is the electricity, is lasers not working? Excuse me, I'm gonna use the bulletproof shield that you put up for me. There he goes.
General, before the day is done, I will have you at the end of my blade. Enforce your surrender.
I don't want his surrender. I want his head. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Whoop, excuse me. Oh, shit, that's on fire too. You know what? Oh, wrong thing. I hear you. Oh, there you are. Excuse me. When he cowers like that, do I need to do something? Here, give me that. Charge faster, charge faster, charge faster.
Must question your sanity.
Do you? That's probably not a direction I want to go. Just get stuck. Oh, hey. Oh, oh, ow, ow. Have you noticed all the fire in the room? Yeah, you don't say. The sarcastic response doesn't help in any way. Damn, that's a lot of fire. Do I just run him around the fire then?
I will have you at the end of my blade and force your surrender.
No, but it makes me happy. God damn it. That's not helpful. And of course, I lose health falling down here. See, he does that thing where he like kind of cowers. And makes me think I need to do something. And I know I did like a shitload of damage to him. See, he kind of does that like cower thing.
Must question your sanity. I will put your bones the greatest accomplishment in human history.
Stop it. Ow, ow, ow! Work, damn it!
This war is ours, to rule with honor and strength. Your weak mind prohibits.
Oh, okay, out of ammo on that. Whoop. Oh, wait, what was that? Should I try to get behind him? With the shotgun? Ah, there he is. Come here, Chucklefuck. How are you gonna kill me? With my hands.
Captain Blazkowicz. This is a good one.
I don't want to breathe the same air. Why do you not like Carrie? I mean, Carrie does kind of smell on occasion. Mostly like crazy, but that's besides the point.
I would never kneel to you.
Fine. I will gut you standing.
Just knock it out of his hand, dude. I had enough time to think of the plan. I would have had enough time to act. Just backhand that shit. Luckily, Blazkowicz is made of different shit, dude.
I'm clear to fire.
A mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning. And flame, mother of exile.
Survival instincts at the moment. People leave.
Timmy, you're tired. You're poor. You've huddled mass.
Oh, I figured you knew each other.
The wretched refuse of your teeming shore.
I figured that was the case.
Send these. The homeless. Tempest tossed. To me.
Okay.
Do you read? I'm clear to fire.
You're clear.
Crazy. What?
I believe that the stars keep shining on.
Okay, what's the next one? What game comes after this? 07s? All the salutes. All the salutes in chat. I don't care if it's emotes. I don't care if it's just the 07. Colossus? Okay, we'll do Colossus next. We can't do it today because I don't have it downloaded and it would lag everything to shit. We'll do it next Wednesday. I'll slot it for next Wednesday. No, we have not played Old Blood. No, he just said clear to fire. Okay, as frustrated as I got at certain points here, this game is still fun. Should have played Old Blood first. That's what I was asking. The thing was though is before we started doing this, the only one I had was this one. I got this one I think for free on Epic Games. And then somebody bought me all of the other ones. Which now I have all of them on Steam. Did you have fun? I enjoyed that. That was fun. It was very cathartic. It was very cathartic. Old Blood's pretty short, like 5 hours. Ooh. I don't know. I kind of want to get to New Colossus because I want to see what Nazi America is like in this universe, especially because somebody said that they were making a TV show and it was going to be like Man in the High Castle. Older, new graphics, probably the new one. I'm guessing. Shout out to the goat Mick Gordon. I feel like because it hangs right there, like maybe they don't actually fire or something. Oh, you're fine, Vapor. It works out. It works out. Man in the High Castle is a Netflix original series. I believe it's based off either a book or a book series that takes place in a world where Japan and Germany were the winners of World War II. And they basically share territory on the United States. Like Japan owns all of the West Coast. Germany owns like as far past, I think, like Kentucky and Tennessee, and then all of the East Coast. So it follows like a commander in the Nazi Reich in the US. It follows a woman from San Francisco who becomes like a resistance fighter. It follows a Japanese culture something or other. I'm trying to remember what his position was. He was like a trade minister. I think that's what he was. I think he was the trade minister. So you get all of these points of views from people who are like really kind of finding out what their world is like. But you also have the underside that they find out that there are tapes from other worlds of what happened in their world in World War II. So like there's tapes of like the Allies winning World War II, which is part of like what the resistance does. The man in the High Castle is the person that collects them and is kind of like a myth legend kind of person. I don't want to spoil anything else after that because later seasons, it kind of goes off the rails. It's still very enjoyable. You do get multi-dimensional shit. And I'd hate to say this, the weird thing is in this series, they really make you empathize with the Nazi commander, which is a horrible thing to say, but it's different when you've seen the series. When you get like the build-up and then the things that this man actually wants. He's still a piece of shit. He's still a Nazi commander. But there are reasons in the plot line as it continues that you're kind of like, man, this guy really shouldn't have been in the position he was in. Yes, it is like a cross-dimensional sort of thing. Not super heavy. It's really more that like the other dimensions where they get to see either themselves or like the videotapes. They kind of just gives them hope. It kind of gives them like a different idea to like fight against what their world is like. It's very good. It's very good. If you don't have Netflix, get a little piratey on it. It's worth it. Hi, Sino. Yes, they did. They destroyed all of the filigree and stuff that they used for the show. I believe, didn't they? They like cut it up and then burned it. I know they cut it up for sure, but I don't remember if they burned it. Why still on Netflix? Get Tubi? No, it's a Netflix original. That's why it would be on Netflix. If you don't have Netflix, don't fucking get Netflix. Just again, Yarhar Fiddlety Ting. Oh, no. I was talking about the TV show. It's one of those things where you're like, this man doesn't really belong in this party and he's trying really hard to kind of just survive. Regardless, good show. Go watch it. Go watch it. If you're all right with like tiny bits of spoilers, because this is like a major turning point specifically for like the Nazi commander in the show. You know the thing about like Nazi kids having like congenial issues, right? Or getting like life debilitating life debilitating diseases. You can pirate physical media? Oh my god, you fucking dork. I mean, I do have a resin printer, but it's never been set up. I was hoping to set it up after the move. I've had the printer for over 3 years. I turned back to look at it because it's literally in a box behind me. It's still in its original box. What sound? But no, the thing is, like, the thing I was saying is, like, his son gets diagnosed with a, what was it? Muscular dystrophy? I think it was muscular dystrophy. And imagine having a son who is, like, the perfect Boy Scout. In this case, though, of course, it's, like, it's the Hitler Youth. And he is, quote unquote, the perfect Hitler Youth. So, when the doctor tells the commander, the commander kills the doctor. He straight up kills the doctor to, like, hide it from everyone else, including his son. But speed running the turning point for him really quick, just to see if anybody would be interested in continuing this. The son finds out eventually that he's going to become essentially a paraplegic. So he turns himself in. He turns himself into the Ministry of Health to effectively be executed. I'm going to illegally print minifigs? You can do that. You can totally do that. Like, that's not even that weird. Hold on a second. We're not done just yet, because you brought up the minifigs thing. So let's do... We're going to swing over here. And I'm going to get y'all the screen. Do I want to do this? It's fine. Fuck it. So if you ever look up 3D printable figures, I'm not even joking. If you play things like Warhammer or you enjoy painting minis and stuff, let's get the music. There's no background noise here. If you look up like 3D printed minis and stuff, you can find crazy cool versions of other minis. Let's see, where can I find? There used to be a website I knew, but Future War 3000, that'll do. Idle Demon Hunter Rummy Miniature, that's also on here. Crazy. All right, hold on real quick. Yeah, like, you can find fun miniatures for, like, kind of any mini game you want, as long as you're not doing, like, official tournaments and shit. Also, Rebecca, totally not who you think it is. Totally not. Terminator. Again, they all have different names, though. That's basically just to keep copyright saved. And you can get these files. Like, $11? That's a little high. But this is not the website that I was thinking of. Damn, those thighs! Jesus! Maybe it's Empire of Minis? Oh, Mini Factory. Yeah, Mini Factory was one of the ones that I used to look at for shits and giggles. Mini Factory is a really good website. They're a little pricey, but no way. $9 for a print file for the Goetic Warlock for Trench Crusade? That's insane. Oh yeah, you can also find free ones all the time. All the time. But what else is there? New Antioch warbands. I genuinely don't know if these are original or if this is just like a fan essentially making the models based off the like art that's been shared, because I don't think it's out yet. Oh, I've wanted to get into miniature paintings and stuff for quite a while. Like I said, that's kind of why I wanted the resin printer. That and dice making, but I just like haven't. It's also, if you're a fan of 40K and you want like a Sister of Battle. Oh, I don't know why that didn't put Sister of. I remember this website having shockingly good like Sister of Battle minis. compared to fucking Warhammer itself. Not crazy over detailed, but still very, very cool. Of course, there's like Saints. But yeah, if you want to get into mini painting and you're not super big on playing the war game itself, you can find some pretty interesting minis to print here. You may also, out of curiosity, if you live near a major city, I recommend looking into working spaces or your local library. Some local libraries nowadays have 3D printers that you can use. So if you don't have your own 3D printer or you aren't willing to spend for a 3D printer, check out your local library and or co-working spaces. If you get a membership at a co-working space, more often than not, it comes with a certain amount of prints that you can get per month. And it's pretty economical. What would your 40K character look like? I'm actually going to be playing a Sister of Battle coming up soon in a streamed Dark Heresy campaign. Varendale is going to be running it. Let me do a shout out because Thank V was actually here earlier. He called me a nerd. They called me a nerd. I'm getting a library card to 3D print. I always recommend checking with your library. You'd be surprised the kind of shit that libraries have to offer. Like my local library offers literally free tickets to local places. So like the zoo is there, local museums, sometimes sports games. If you show up on the weekends, you can get essentially free tickets to go to like local museums and stuff. They have 3D printing. They have digital and electronic stuff that you can rent. They have tools that you can borrow from the library, like chainsaws, other power tools, drills, etc., etc. They also have ebooks. My library actually offers a app, and as long as you have a library card, you get effectively unlimited audiobooks. Holy shit, hold on. Damn. Okay, that's fucking sick. My library doesn't offer chainsaws? I mean, I hope you would be getting the chainsaws for like actual work and stuff. That's fucking cool, dude. That's fucking cool. Hello! Nope, 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 nope. 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 Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Do not clip it. Do not clip it. It'll get the VOD deleted, or worse, I'll get bans. Oh no. All right. Chat, that is going to be the end of today. We actually hit basically right at the 4-hour mark, which is not bad. But we need to find somebody to raid. Quarantine Zone, Deadlock. Ooh. What is Salty doing? Halo. Wait, people are still playing Split Fiction? Yeah, I think I'm gonna send y'all to the to Quarantine Zone because it is, oh, what do you call it? It's one of those like simulator games where you basically play a person who is scanning people during a zombie apocalypse. Out here trying to get Baron bans. Yeah, how could you? It was censored, yes, but it was like barely censored. Like almost not at all. But about the fault, what are they crying about this time? What could they possibly be crying about this time? It's Papers, Please for modern day? Kind of, yeah. It's Papers, Please, but 3D. Although it does kind of look like an asset flip, but a lot of people are enjoying it, and you should support streamers that are playing games that they're enjoying. We may be having a Just Chatting day tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure on it. It's either going to be Just Chatting, or I think I actually have another game that the devs sent me. It's either that or it's going to be Roots Devour. That's what the game was. We also do have a couple games coming up in the future that the devs reach out to me for to play on launch day, but sadly the launch date isn't for 2 weeks. Sadly, the launch date isn't for 2 weeks. Might just mean lower chance of generative AI. I don't know if it has a lower chance. Usually if the dev is trying to, what's the word? That lady just has the hot dog in her ass. What the fuck? Anyway, have fun hanging out with Train Guys. Let's do, oh, thank you for doing the raid message. If you haven't already, if you have a sub, please do grab the Crime Brulee one. If you don't have a sub, please grab the Crime Please one. And I will see you guys tomorrow, noon CST. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. And most of all, have a good night and eat something delicious. Good night.